No walls, no privacy, no peace. Just one smoky room packed with your family, your livestock, your chores, and the constant sound of someone snoring, coughing, or complaining. In 1300, a house wasn't a cozy cottage, it was a survival box, where sleep, meals, and arguments all happened inches apart. Tonight, we gently step into that crowded little space and quietly count the reasons you'd regret calling it home. If softly spoken tales of cramped, forgotten living help you appreciate your own space, you're in the right place. Just subscribe now and tap the bell icon for more sleepy walks through history's most uncomfortable corners. Before we continue, I'd love to know, where are you listening from, and what time is it for you right now? It's always amazing to see how far our quiet little stories are reaching. Picture yourself standing in a muddy field in the year 1300, holding a bundle of sticks in your calloused hands, knowing that these fragile branches will become the walls that separate you from death during the coming winter. You are about to build not just a house, but the entire framework of your existence for years to come. The reality of medieval peasant housing was far more desperate and constraining than the romantic cottage imagery that has survived in our collective memory. Your house will be exactly 12 feet by 16 feet. If you're fortunate enough to afford that much space, more likely it will be smaller, perhaps 10 by 12 feet, creating a living area of just 120 square feet for yourself, your spouse, your 3 children, and whatever livestock you own. To put this in perspective, this is smaller than many modern bedrooms, yet it must serve as bedroom, kitchen, dining room, workshop, nursery, and barn all combined into one suffocating space. The construction process begins with the most basic of materials because you cannot afford anything better. Medieval peasants built their homes from sticks, straw, and mud because stone and timber were luxuries reserved for you gather branches from the woodland. But not just any branches will do. They must be straight, green, and pliable. Cut at specific times of year when the sap runs properly. This timing is crucial because your life will depend on these walls holding through storms, snow loads, and the constant pressure of daily use. The foundation, if you can call it that, consists of stones you've collected from fields and streams. These stones are laid in a rough rectangle directly on the ground, with no mortar to bind them together. The dampness from the earth will seep continuously through this barrier, creating a perpetually moist environment that breeds disease and decay. You know this, yet you have no choice but to build directly on the ground because digging proper foundations requires tools, time, and knowledge that you don't possess. The walls rise through a process called wattle and daub construction, assuming you can afford even this modest improvement over simple stick-can straw building. First, you plant vertical wooden posts into the ground at intervals, creating the basic frame of your house. Between these posts, you weave horizontal branches in a basket-like pattern, creating the wattle. This process alone takes weeks, working alone or with family members who have their own urgent tasks to complete. Every branch must be carefully selected and woven, because gaps in the weaving will become gaps in your protection against the elements. The daubing process follows, and this is where the true misery begins. You mix clay soil with water, straw, and whatever organic matter you can find, often including animal dung, to create a plaster that will fill the gaps in your woven walls. This mixture must be applied by hand, pressed firmly into every crevice and smoothed as best you can manage. The smell is overwhelming, the work is backbreaking, and you must complete it quickly before rain washes away your progress. Your hands crack and bleed from the constant moisture and rough materials. Your back aches from bending over the low walls. The mixture gets under your fingernails and into every fold of your clothing, creating a perpetual stench that marks you as unmistakably poor. Yet you continue because the alternative is sleeping under the open sky when winter arrives. The roof presents its own set of challenges. You cannot afford tiles or slate, so you must thatch with straw or reeds. This requires skills passed down through generations, knowledge of how to lay the straw, at proper angles, how to bind it securely, and how to create the steep pitch necessary for rain runoff. A poorly thatched roof means your home becomes uninhabitable within weeks as water pours through the ceiling onto your sleeping area, your food stores, and your meager possessions. The single door must be constructed from boards that you've split yourself from whatever timber you could obtain. This door will never fit properly in its frame, leaving gaps that allow wind, rain, insects, and small animals to enter freely. You cannot afford glass for windows, so you cut small openings in the walls that you can cover with wooden shutters or animal skins during storms. These windows are tiny, perhaps 6 inches square, because larger openings would weaken your already fragile walls. Inside your completed house, the reality of your construction choices becomes immediately apparent. The earthen floor, which is simply the dirt you've packed down as best you could, remains constantly damp and muddy. In winter, it freezes solid, creating an ice-cold surface that steals heat from your body through your feet. In summer, it becomes dusty and harbors insects, parasites, and disease. The single room that constitutes your entire home must accommodate multiple functions simultaneously. Along one wall, you'll build your hearth from stones and clay, creating the most important feature of your house. This fireplace will provide all your heat, all your cooking capability, and your only source of light after sunset. The smoke it produces should theoretically exit through a hole in your roof, but in reality, much of it will fill your living space, creating a perpetual haze that burns your eyes and coats everything you own with soot. Your sleeping area occupies another section of the room, consisting of straw mattresses laid directly on the dirt floor. These mattresses quickly become infested with fleas, lice, and other parasites, but you have no alternative sleeping arrangements. During cold weather, you'll share these sleeping spaces not just with your family members, but with your livestock, as bringing animals indoors becomes essential for their survival and provides additional warmth for your family. The storage of food, tools, and possessions presents constant challenges in your limited space. You'll construct crude shelves along the walls, woven baskets to hang from the rafters, and dig shallow pits in the floor to store root vegetables. Every inch of your small space must serve multiple purposes. Yet there's never enough room for everything you need to survive. But here's what makes this living arrangement truly unbearable: the knowledge that this single room will contain the entirety of your existence for the rest of your life. You will be born in this room, raised in this room, work in this room, marry in this room, give birth in this room, raise your children in this room, grow old in this room, and die in this room. The walls that you're building with your bleeding hands aren't just shelter. They're the physical boundaries of your entire world. The psychological impact of such confined living becomes apparent within days of moving into your completed house. The constant presence of other people, the inability to find solitude or silence, the overwhelming smells of cooking, bodily functions, and livestock, all mixed together in a space smaller than a modern walk-in closet. These conditions would break the spirit of anyone accustomed to privacy and personal space. Yet for you, living in 1300, this cramped existence represents the best life you can possibly achieve. What makes this situation even more desperate is the knowledge that your house is temporary. The materials you're using will last perhaps 10 to 15 years before the walls begin to collapse. The roof starts leaking catastrophically, and the entire structure becomes uninhabitable. When that time comes, you'll face the prospect of building again from scratch. Assuming you're still alive and capable of the necessary labor, the house you're building isn't just small. It's a trap that will define every aspect of your daily existence, limit your possibilities, and ultimately serve as the stage for both your greatest joys and your deepest miseries. Yet as you stand there with your bundle of sticks, covered in mud and contemplating the months of grueling work ahead, you know that completing this house represents your only chance for survival in a world that offers no alternatives. But what happens when winter arrives and this fragile shelter must protect you from nature's most brutal assault? The technical challenges of your medieval construction project extend far beyond simply stacking materials together. You are essentially creating a complex survival system using only the most primitive tools and techniques, where every decision carries life or death consequences. The sophisticated engineering problems you face would challenge even modern builders, yet you must solve them with nothing more than hand tools, local materials, and knowledge passed down through generations of equally desperate families. Your foundation, such as it is, must address problems that would stump many contemporary contractors. The stones you've gathered must be arranged to create a level base for your walls. But you have no way to ensure precise measurements or perfect alignment. You use a piece of rope and your own eye to create rough right angles, knowing that any significant deviation from square will cause your entire structure to twist and eventually collapse. The stones must also provide some drainage to prevent standing water from rotting your wooden framework. So you arrange them with gaps that allow water to flow away from the interior while still providing support for your walls. Asterisk. The vertical posts that form your wall structure present their own engineering challenges. These posts must be buried deep enough in the ground to remain stable against wind loads, yet not so deep that they extend into permanently wet soil that will cause them to rot quickly. You must calculate these depths using nothing more than your understanding of local soil conditions and whatever wisdom older builders have shared with you. Each post must also be perfectly vertical, or your walls will lean inward over time, potentially causing the roof to collapse. The wattle weaving requires understanding of material properties that modern engineers would recognize as sophisticated. The horizontal branches you weave between your vertical posts must be flexible enough to bend without breaking, yet strong enough to support the weight of the daub mixture. Different types of wood have different properties. Willow bends well, but may not provide enough strength, while oak provides strength but may crack if bent too sharply. You must select materials based on availability, cost, and performance characteristics, making decisions that will affect your home's durability for years to come. The daub mixture itself is a complex composite material that must perform multiple functions simultaneously. It must adhere strongly to the woven branches, resist cracking as it dries, shed rainwater effectively, provide insulation against cold, and remain flexible enough to move with the wooden framework as it expands and contracts with seasonal temperature changes. The proportions of clay, sand, straw, and organic binders must be precisely balanced, yet you have no measuring tools or reference standards. You mix by eye and feel, testing small batches until you achieve the right consistency and hoping your mixture will perform as needed. Creating a weatherproof seal between your walls and roof requires solving problems that modern builders address with sophisticated flashing systems and sealants. You must arrange your thatch so that water runs off the roof without penetrating the walls. Yet you have no manufactured materials to create this seal. Instead, you must rely on overlapping layers of organic materials, careful attention to slopes and angles, and regular maintenance to prevent water infiltration. A single mistake in this system will result in water damage that can destroy your entire house within a single rainy season. The interior layout of your single room requires solving multiple simultaneous optimization problems. You must position your hearth to provide maximum heating efficiency while minimizing smoke accumulation and fire hazards. The hearth must be close enough to your sleeping area to provide warmth during cold nights, but far enough away to prevent accidental fires. It must be positioned to allow adequate workspace around it for cooking, yet not consume so much floor space that other necessary functions become impossible. Your livestock area must be integrated into this same space, creating additional engineering challenges. The animals need access to the exterior for waste elimination, yet they must be containable within the house during severe weather. You must create barriers that keep animals separate from human sleeping areas while still allowing their body heat to contribute to warming the space. The floor in the animal area must slope slightly toward the door to allow waste to drain out. Yet this slope cannot be so steep that it becomes uncomfortable for human use of the space. Storage systems must be engineered to protect your limited possessions from moisture, pests, and accidental damage, while maximizing the use of vertical space. Shelves must be strong enough to hold heavy pottery and tools, yet built without metal. Fasteners that you cannot afford. Hanging systems must support the weight of stored food while remaining accessible for daily use. Underground storage pits must be lined and covered to prevent moisture. Infiltration while providing access that doesn't interfere with daily movement through the room. The ventilation system for your house presents perhaps the most complex engineering challenge of all. You must remove smoke, cooking odors, and moisture from your living space while minimizing heat loss and preventing rain from entering through the smoke hole. The size and position of your roof opening must be calculated too. Create adequate draft to pull smoke up and out, yet not so large that weather can devastate your interior. You must also ensure that wind patterns around your house don't create downdrafts that push smoke back down into your living space. The structural engineering of your roof system requires understanding of load distribution, material properties, and failure modes that would challenge professional engineers. Your thatch roof will become extremely heavy when saturated with rainwater, creating loads that could collapse your entire structure if not properly supported. The roof framework must distribute this weight evenly to your walls. Yet the walls themselves are composed of materials with very limited load-bearing capacity. You must design the entire system to work together with each component supporting the others. In a delicate balance that cannot be precisely calculated, the thermal engineering of your house involves managing heat loss, air infiltration, and moisture. Control using only natural materials and passive systems. You must minimize heat loss through your walls while ensuring adequate fresh air circulation to prevent the buildup of harmful gases from cooking and animal waste. The positioning of your door, windows, and smoke hole must create airflow patterns that remove contaminated air while preserving heated air around your living areas. Weather resistance must be built into every aspect of your construction, from the foundation stones to the roof peak. You must anticipate and design for wind loads that could destroy your lightweight structure, rain that could dissolve your mud walls, snow loads that could collapse your roof, and freeze-thaw cycles that could crack your foundations. Each weather challenge requires different solutions, yet all must be integrated into a single structure built from the same limited palette of materials. Perhaps most challenging of all, you must engineer flexibility and adaptability into your design because your needs will change over time. Children will be born, requiring more sleeping space. Seasons will bring different activities that require different space configurations. Tools and possessions will accumulate, requiring new storage solutions. Your livestock population will change, requiring different animal accommodation arrangements. Your single room must be designed to accommodate all these changing needs without the possibility of major reconstruction. The reality is that you're attempting to create a sophisticated building system using Bronze Age technology and medieval materials science. Every problem you face has been solved by previous generations, but the solutions have been developed through countless cycles of failure, reconstruction, and gradual improvement. You're not just building a house, you're implementing the accumulated engineering knowledge of your entire culture compressed into a structure that must perform flawlessly to keep you alive. But even the most carefully engineered medieval house presents a fundamental question. How do you maintain any semblance of human dignity and privacy when the entire architecture of your life forces you into constant, intimate contact with every other person and animal in your household? The brutal arithmetic of medieval living becomes inescapably clear once you've completed your one-room house and begun the daily reality of existing within its confines. Every measurement, every calculation, every spatial relationship in your 120 square foot world has been determined by the harsh mathematics of survival, where efficiency means the difference between life and death, and wasted space is a luxury that can kill you. Consider the fundamental equation of medieval space allocation. Your total living area must accommodate sleeping space for your family, workspace for essential activities, storage for tools and food, cooking facilities, livestock accommodation, and movement pathways, all while maintaining enough clear space for daily activities. The mathematics are unforgiving. If your family includes 2 adults and 3 children, you need approximately 40 square feet of sleeping space, assuming each person requires about 8 square feet when lying down. This immediately consumes 1/3 of your total floor area. Your hearth and cooking area requires another 25 square feet to accommodate the fireplace itself, fuel storage, cooking utensils, food preparation space, and the clear area needed to safely tend the fire without igniting clothing or setting the house ablaze. Add 20 square feet for essential storage, shelving for pottery, tools, preserved food, and the few possessions you own. Another 15 square feet must be allocated for livestock shelter during harsh weather, as bringing a pig, chicken, or goat indoors becomes necessary for their survival and provides additional warmth for your family. This calculation already accounts for 100 square feet of your 120 square foot house, leaving just 20 square feet for pathways, workspace, and all other activities. In practical terms, this means you have approximately a 4-foot by 5-foot area for moving around, working, eating, socializing, and conducting the business of daily life. This space must serve as your dining room during meals, your workshop during tool repair and craft activities, your social area when neighbors visit, and your exercise space during long winter months when outdoor activity becomes impossible. The vertical space calculations prove equally constraining. Your roof height at the peak reaches perhaps 8 feet, but the sloped walls mean that usable standing height exists only in a narrow band down the center of the room. Along the walls, where your shelving and storage must be positioned, the ceiling height drops to 6 feet or less, forcing you to stoop or crawl when accessing stored items. This vertical constraint further reduces your effective living space and makes every daily activity more difficult and physically demanding. The temporal mathematics of your single room create additional layers of complexity. During daylight hours, the space must function as a workshop where you repair tools, prepare food, tend to livestock, and conduct necessary household maintenance. As evening approaches, the same space must transform into a social area where family members gather around the fire for warmth, companionship, and what limited recreation medieval life allows. When bedtime arrives, the furniture must be cleared away and sleeping arrangements deployed, converting your living space into a dormitory that accommodates 5 people in an area, smaller than most modern bathrooms. The seasonal calculations reveal the true desperation of your living situation. During summer months, your small space feels cramped but manageable, as much of your daily activity occurs outdoors. You cook outside when weather permits, work in the fields during long daylight hours, socialize with neighbors in communal spaces, and use your house primarily for sleeping and storage. But winter transforms your single room into a prison where you must spend 16 hours per day for months at a time. The thermal mathematics of winter survival in your small space create a complex equation balancing heat generation, heat retention, and heat loss. Your fireplace can generate significant heat, but only in its immediate vicinity. The temperature differential between the area near your fire and the far corners of your room can exceed 30 degrees Fahrenheit, creating thermal zones within your small space that determine where different activities can occur. Food preparation must happen near the fire, but sleeping must occur far enough away to prevent accidental burns, yet close enough to benefit from residual warmth. The fuel consumption calculations for heating your space reveal another harsh reality. To maintain survival temperatures throughout a medieval winter, you need approximately 1 cord of wood per month, assuming your fireplace operates continuously. Gathering this much fuel requires enormous labor investment, roughly 40 hours, of cutting, splitting, and hauling wood for each month of winter heating. Since winter lasts approximately 6 months in most of medieval Europe, you need to dedicate 240 hours of labor just to fuel collection, not counting the time needed to construct and maintain your heating system. The food storage mathematics create additional constraints on your already limited space. To survive winter, your family needs approximately 2,000 pounds of preserved food, grain, preserved meat, root vegetables, and other stored provisions. This food requires storage space, protection from moisture and pests, and organization. Systems that allow access throughout the winter months. In your 120 square foot space, dedicating even 25 square feet to food storage means your already cramped living conditions become even more constrained. In your medieval one-room house, the concept of privacy as understood by modern people simply does not exist. Not because medieval people were unaware of the idea, but because the mathematics of survival made it an impossible luxury. Every breath you take, every word you speak, every movement you make occurs under the constant observation of your family members, and often your livestock as well. The psychological adaptation required to maintain sanity under these conditions represents one of the most remarkable aspects of medieval life. The complete restructuring of human behavior and expectations around the reality of perpetual communal existence. Your sleeping arrangements establish the fundamental intimacy that defines medieval household life. Medieval peasants frequently had homes that were one big room in which the family slept, ate, and generally lived, often sharing that space with animals for practical reasons, including warmth, and your family's sleeping area consists of straw. Mattresses arranged on the earthen floor, positioned close enough to the hearth to benefit from its warmth, but far enough away to prevent accidental fires during the night. These mattresses, perhaps 2 feet wide and 6 feet long, must accommodate not just individual family members, but also the reality that body heat sharing is essential for survival during cold months. As parents, you and your spouse share one mattress, while your 3 children share another, and occasionally a third. Mattress accommodates visitors, elderly relatives, or temporary household members. The physical arrangement means that every family member sleeps within arm's reach of at least 2 other people. Rolling over, coughing, snoring, talking in sleep, or getting up during the night disturbs everyone within the sleeping area. Children witness their parents' intimate moments. Parents overhear their children's private conversations, and the natural sounds of human bodies, breathing, digestion. Movement create a constant symphony of biological presence that never allows for the illusion of solitude. The absence of artificial lighting beyond your fire means that family sleep schedules become synchronized with sunset and sunrise, but also with each other's rhythms. When one person experiences insomnia, restless sleep, or illness, the entire household experiences disrupted rest. Children's nightmares, adult snoring, elderly relatives' pain, and the various sleep disturbances that affect human beings all become communal experiences that shape the sleep quality and mental health of every family member. Your clothing and personal possessions exist without any possibility of privacy or individual ownership in the modern sense. Everyone's garments hang from the same pegs, share the same storage areas, and undergo washing, mending, and maintenance as communal activities performed in full view of the entire household. Personal items like combs, eating utensils, and small tools move freely among family members based on immediate need rather than individual ownership. The concept of my things versus your things becomes meaningless when storage space is so limited that every possession must be accessible to whoever needs it at any given moment. The daily activities of personal hygiene occur without possibility of concealment or privacy. Washing faces and hands happens at a common basin near the hearth, using water heated over the fire and shared among all family members. Medieval people maintained modesty by wearing clothes and covering hair, but the practical activities of maintaining cleanliness occurred as communal combing and braiding hair, trimming nails, tending to minor injuries, and other personal care. Activities happen in full view of the family, creating an intimacy of daily maintenance that modern people would find deeply uncomfortable. The elimination of bodily waste presents perhaps the most challenging aspect of communal living arrangements. During daylight hours and moderate weather, family members use an outdoor latrine located some distance from the house. However, during nighttime hours, severe weather, or periods of illness, chamber pots stored within the house provide the only practical option. These ceramic or wooden containers must be used, emptied, and cleaned as routine household activities performed without privacy or concealment. The smells, sounds, and realities of human waste management become integrated into daily family life in ways that would shock modern sensibilities. Cooking and food preparation activities create additional layers of forced intimacy within your single room. The hearth serves as the center of all meal preparation, but also as the primary source of heat and light for other activities. This means that food preparation occurs simultaneously with tool repair, textile work, childcare, and social conversation, creating a complex orchestration of activities that requires constant negotiation and coordination among family members. The person cooking must work around others who need access to the fire for warmth or light, while those engaged in other activities must accommodate the space and time requirements of meal preparation. Eating itself becomes a highly communal activity, not just because family members share meals, but because the limited table space and seating arrangements force physical proximity during food consumption. Your family gathers around a small wooden table or simply sits on the floor near the hearth, sharing bowls, cups, and eating utensils. Individual portions are often served from common pots, and the social protocols of eating, who eats first, how much each person takes, how food is distributed among family members, become daily negotiations that can create or resolve family tensions. The seasonal variations in your living arrangements intensify these intimacy challenges during winter months, when outdoor work becomes impossible and family members spend 14 to 16 hours per day within your single room. The psychological pressure of constant human contact becomes almost unbearable. Personality conflicts, individual mood variations, and the simple human need for solitude create tensions that have no outlet within your confined space. The medieval winter isn't just physically harsh, it's psychologically brutal because it traps families in intimate proximity for months at a time without relief. Children growing up in this environment develop entirely different concepts of personal space, privacy, and individual identity than those raised with access to private rooms and personal possessions. Your children learn to sleep surrounded by other people, to conduct personal activities under observation, and to navigate family relationships with no possibility of withdrawal or solitude when conflicts arise. They witness adult conversations, parental disagreements, and family decision-making processes that modern children would never observe, creating an unusual form of early maturity and family integration. The presence of livestock within your living space during harsh weather adds another layer of intimacy that modern people would find incomprehensible. A pig, goat, or chickens brought indoors for warmth and protection become temporary household members whose feeding, Waste management and space requirements must be integrated into your family's daily routines. The animals contribute their own sounds, smells, and space requirements to an already overcrowded environment. Yet their presence becomes essential for both their survival and your family's economic security. Visitors to your household, traveling, merchants, relatives, neighbors seeking assistance must be accommodated within the same single room that barely serves your family's needs. Medieval hospitality customs require that guests be welcomed and provided with food and shelter. But this hospitality must be extended within space that offers no guest rooms, no privacy for visitor conversations, and no separation between family activities and guest accommodation. Visitors sleep on your floor, eat from your bowls, and participate in your family's intimate daily routines for the duration of their stay. The implications for marital relationships are profound and largely undocumented in medieval records. But they must have shaped family dynamics in ways that modern people can barely imagine. Spousal conversations, disagreements, affection, and intimacy occur within earshot and often within view of children, relatives, and sometimes even livestock. And visitors? The development and maintenance of adult relationships must somehow occur within an environment that offers no privacy, no solitude, and no space for the kind of individual identity development that modern psychology considers essential for healthy relationships. The economic implications of this enforced intimacy create additional psychological pressures within your household. Every financial decision, every resource allocation choice, every economic priority becomes a family matter, because the physical impossibility of private conversation means that all adult discussions occur in the presence of children and other household members. Economic stress, resource scarcity, and survival pressures cannot be managed privately between adults, but instead become communal experiences that affect every person within your living space. The social implications extend beyond your immediate family to encompass your relationships with neighbors and the broader community. The intimate details of your family's daily life, who is ill, who is arguing, who is struggling with personal challenges, become common knowledge among your neighbors, because your thin walls and single-room arrangement make concealment impossible. Community members know when your children are difficult, when your marriage faces challenges, when your economic situation deteriorates, and when personal problems affect your family's stability. Yet perhaps most remarkably, this system of enforced communal living actually functioned for centuries, supporting stable families, successful child-rearing, and thriving communities throughout medieval Europe. The human capacity for psychological adaptation apparently allowed people to develop entirely different concepts of self, family, and privacy that made this lifestyle not just tolerable, but normal and expected. But how did specific family relationships between spouses, between parents and children, between siblings actually function within this environment of total transparency and constant observation? Your children's psychological development occurs without access to solitude for reflection, private space for emotional processing, or opportunities for individual identity exploration separate from family observation. Children develop personality, interests, and individual characteristics within the constant presence of family members who observe, comment upon, and influence every aspect of their emerging identity. This creates unusual psychological resilience and social integration skills, but also may limit opportunities for individual creativity and personal exploration that modern child development considers essential. The management of illness within your single room creates additional social challenges that require careful navigation of caregiving responsibilities, contagion risks, and the allocation of limited space and resources to accommodate family members who cannot participate in normal daily activities. A sick child requires constant attention and care that disrupts normal household routines, while an ill adult threatens the economic survival of the entire family. The nursing of sick family members occurs within the same space used for cooking. eating, sleeping, and working, requiring careful management of hygiene, airflow, and the psychological well-being of healthy family members, who must witness suffering they cannot effectively treat. The economic decision-making. Processes within your household must accommodate multiple perspectives and competing needs while operating within full transparency that makes private planning impossible. Every discussion about resource allocation, work priorities, or financial choices occurs in the presence of children who will be affected by these decisions and may contribute their own perspectives or concerns. The traditional concept of adult. Privacy around financial matters becomes meaningless when the physical constraints of your living space make such privacy impossible to maintain. The seasonal variations in your social dynamics create predictable patterns of tension and harmony that your family must navigate year after year. Spring and summer months provide opportunities for outdoor work, extended daylight hours, and social interaction with neighbors that relieves some of the psychological pressure of confined living. Family members can pursue individual activities, spend time away from the house, and interact with people outside the immediate household, providing psychological breathing room that makes the intimacy of home life more tolerable. However, winter months transform your social dynamics into a pressure cooker of enforced intimacy that tests every relationship within your household. The combination of long, dark hours, cold temperatures that require physical closeness for warmth, and the impossibility of outdoor activities creates conditions where personality conflicts, individual mood variations, and simple fatigue from constant human contact can explode into family crises. The successful navigation of these winter months requires social skills and emotional regulation techniques that most modern people never develop because they never face such extreme conditions of forced proximity. The integration of visitors into your household's social dynamics requires rapid adjustment of established routines and behavioral patterns to accommodate new personalities and relationships within your already carefully balanced living arrangements. Guests bring their own social expectations, personal habits, and space requirements that must be integrated into your family's routines without disrupting the delicate social equilibrium that makes your normal life functional. This requires extraordinary flexibility and social intelligence from every family member, as well as clear protocols for managing conflicts between guest needs and family priorities. The management of adolescent development within your communal living space presents unique challenges that modern parents rarely face. Teenagers developing sexual awareness, emotional independence, and individual identity must navigate these crucial developmental stages within constant family observation and without access to peer relationships that aren't also subject to parental supervision. The physical changes, emotional volatility, and identity exploration that characterize adolescence occur within a living environment that provides no privacy for experimentation or individual growth separate from family involvement. The death of family members within your single room creates traumatic experiences that affect every surviving household member in ways that modern people rarely experience. When elderly relatives, children, or spouses die within your home, the process of illness, dying, death, and mourning occurs within the same space where survivors must continue their daily activities of eating, sleeping, working, and living. The psychological impact of witnessing death in such intimate proximity, combined with the practical challenges of managing a deceased body within your living space, creates experiences that profoundly shape family relationships and individual psychological development. The birth of children within your single room involves the entire household in the intimate processes of pregnancy, labor, delivery, and newborn care in ways that make childbirth a truly communal experience. Older children witness the realities of human reproduction. Family members participate in supporting the laboring mother, and the arrival of new babies immediately affects the space allocation, resource distribution, and social dynamics of your already crowded household. The celebration of new life occurs within the same space, where family members will witness every stage of that child's development through adulthood. The religious and spiritual practices of your family must be integrated into your daily routines, within a space that serves multiple secular functions and provides no separation between sacred and mundane activities. Family prayers, religious instruction, and spiritual observances occur within the same room used for cooking, sleeping, working, and socializing, requiring the development of mental and spiritual disciplines that create sacred space through intention and behavior rather than through physical separation. The educational processes within your household involve the transmission of practical skills, cultural knowledge, and social expectations through constant demonstration and participation then through formal instruction separated from daily activities. Children learn cooking, cleaning, tool use, agricultural techniques, and social protocols through observation and participation in family activities that occur within their constant presence. This creates highly effective learning environments for practical skills, but may limit opportunities for abstract thinking, creative exploration, or intellectual development that require solitude and individual reflection. The conflict resolution mechanisms that your family develops must function within the reality that disputants cannot be separated, that privacy for mediation is impossible, and that unresolved conflicts will continue to fester within the confined space of your daily life. Family arguments, disagreements, and emotional conflicts must be resolved through direct confrontation and negotiation rather than through avoidance or separation, requiring communication skills and emotional maturity that many modern families never develop. Yet despite all these challenges, medieval families not only survived, but often thrived within these conditions of extreme intimacy and communal living. The psychological adaptations that made this lifestyle functional represent remarkable human resilience and the capacity to create meaningful relationships and successful child-rearing practices under conditions that modern people would consider impossible. But how did these intimate family relationships ultimately affect the emotional and psychological development of individuals who never experienced privacy or solitude? And what were the long-term consequences of growing up in such confined communal environments? Living your entire life within the confines of a single room shared with multiple family members creates profound psychological adaptations that fundamentally alter human personality development, emotional regulation, and social behavior in ways that modern psychology is only beginning to understand. The complete absence of privacy and solitude doesn't just change how you behave. It changes who you are at the most basic level of psychological functioning. Your sense of individual identity develops under radically different conditions than those experienced by people with access to private space and solitude. Modern psychological theory suggests that individual identity formation requires periods of solitude for self-reflection, private space for experimentation with different aspects of personality, and opportunities for individual choice-making separate from group influence. Yet you and your family members develop coherent, functional individual identities despite never experiencing these supposedly essential conditions. This suggests that human psychological development is far more flexible and adaptable than contemporary theories acknowledge. The concept of self versus other becomes fundamentally different when you never experience physical separation from other human beings. Your psychological boundaries between your own thoughts, emotions, and experiences and those of your family members become permeable in ways that would be considered pathological assessment. You know your spouse's emotional states through subtle physical cues that constant proximity has taught you to read. You anticipate your children's needs based on breathing patterns, body positioning, and micro-expressions that most parents never learn to interpret. Your family members' moods, health changes, and emotional states become integrated into your own. psychological awareness in ways that create a kind of collective family consciousness, the emotional regulation skills you develop to function within. Constant human proximity represents psychological adaptations that most modern people never acquire. You learn to experience strong emotions, anger, sadness, frustration, excitement, while maintaining behavioral control that prevents these emotions from disrupting family harmony within your confined space. The luxury of emotional expression through physical acting out, private crying, or solitary processing becomes impossible, requiring the development of internal emotional management techniques that allow you to experience full human emotional foreday range while maintaining the behavioral constraints necessary for communal living. Your conflict resolution skills develop under conditions where avoidance is impossible and separation cannot provide cooling-off periods that allow tempers to settle and perspectives to change. Disagreements with family members must be resolved through direct communication, negotiation, and compromise because the alternative ongoing hostility within your shared living space makes daily life unbearable for everyone involved. This creates highly developed skills in conflict de-escalation, perspective taking, and collaborative problem solving. But it also may suppress individual assertiveness and personal boundary setting that modern psychology considers essential. For healthy relationships, the development of romantic relationships and mate selection occurs under conditions of complete family involvement and observation that eliminate the privacy typically associated with courtship and romantic development. Young people in your community develop romantic interests, court potential spouses, and make marriage decisions within social contexts where family members, neighbors, and community members observe and influence every stage of the relationship. Development process. The modern concept of romantic privacy, private conversations, individual choice-making, and emotional intimacy separate from family involvement simply doesn't exist in your social environment. Your parenting practices develop within the context of communal child rearing where individual parent-child relationships occur within the constant presence of other family members who observe, comment upon, and participate in child guidance and discipline. The modern ideal of individual parenting styles, private parent-child bonding, and customized approaches to individual children's needs must be adapted to function within communal family environments where parenting decisions affect all family members and require consensus, or at least tolerance from others sharing your living space. The psychological impact of witnessing every major life event, birth, illness, death, conflict, celebration within your intimate family circle creates emotional experiences and psychological development patterns that modern people rarely encounter. You develop emotional resilience and acceptance of life's difficulties through direct, repeated exposure to human suffering, struggle, and mortality that contemporary society often attempts to shield individuals from experiencing. This creates psychological maturity and emotional strength in some areas, but may also lead to emotional numbing or decreased sensitivity to suffering that modern psychology would consider concerning. Your understanding of personal boundaries, consent, and individual autonomy develops under conditions where these concepts have entirely different meanings than in societies with greater access to privacy and individual space. The negotiation of personal needs, individual preferences, and autonomous decision-making must occur within the reality that your choices affect multiple other people who share your living space and whose cooperation you need for daily survival. This creates highly developed skills in collaborative decision-making and consideration for others' needs, but may also suppress individual assertiveness and personal autonomy that modern psychology considers essential for healthy adult functioning. The development of creativity, imagination, and individual interests occurs within environments where private space for individual exploration, experimentation, and creative expression doesn't exist. Your artistic interests, intellectual curiosity, and creative pursuits must be expressed within communal contexts where others observe, participate in, or are affected by your individual activities. This may enhance certain types of collaborative creativity and community-based artistic expression, but limits opportunities for individual creative development and personal, artistic exploration that many modern people consider essential for. Psychological well-being. Your relationship with silence and solitude. Experiences that modern psychology considers essential for mental health. Spiritual development and emotional processing develops under conditions where these states are simply unavailable. You may never experience more than a few minutes of complete solitude during your entire lifetime, and silence occurs only during brief periods when all family members happen to be sleeping simultaneously. The psychological effects of this constant stimulation and social interaction are largely unknown because modern psychology has never studied populations that lack access to solitude and silence. The management of mental illness, emotional disorders, and psychological distress within your communal living environment requires the development of community-based support systems and family-centered treatment approaches that integrate psychological care into daily family life rather than separating mentally ill individuals for specialized treatment. Family members with depression, anxiety, or other psychological challenges must receive care and support within the same space where all family activities occur, requiring extraordinary patience, understanding, and therapeutic skills from other family members who have no training in mental health care. Your spiritual and religious development occurs within communal contexts where individual prayer, meditation, and spiritual exploration must be integrated into family religious practices, and community worship rather than pursued through private spiritual disciplines. The development of personal faith, individual spiritual insights, an intimate relationship with the divine must occur within social contexts where these experiences are observed, shared, and potentially influenced by other family members and community members. This may enhance certain aspects of communal spiritual life while limiting opportunities for individual spiritual development and private religious experience. The long-term psychological effects of growing up and living your entire life within such intimate communal environments remain largely unstudied by modern psychology, but they clearly produce functional adults capable of maintaining stable relationships, raising successful children, and contributing to thriving communities. This suggests that human psychological development is far more adaptable to different environmental conditions than modern theories acknowledge, and that the privacy and individual space that contemporary society considers essential for mental health may be cultural preferences rather than fundamental psychological requirements. The aging process within your communal living environment involves growing old within the constant presence of younger family members who observe your physical decline, cognitive changes, and eventual death as part of their normal daily experience. This creates intergenerational relationships and attitudes toward aging and mortality that differ significantly from contemporary societies, where elderly individuals often experience aging in relative isolation from younger family members. The psychological effects of aging within such intimate family contexts may provide better emotional support and social integration for elderly individuals, while also providing valuable learning experiences for younger family members about the realities of human mortality and the importance of family caregiving. Yet, perhaps most remarkably, this system of communal living and shared psychological development produces individuals who are capable of maintaining the very lifestyle that created them, suggesting that human psychological adaptability is sufficient to make almost any living arrangement functional across multiple generations. The people who emerge from your one-room household are psychologically equipped to create their own one-room households and to raise children who will also adapt successfully to communal living conditions. But even these remarkable psychological adaptations cannot fully prepare you for the brutal challenges that await when winter arrives and your single room becomes not just your home, but your entire world for months of survival against nature's harshest assault. As autumn's final warmth fades from the air and the first frost glazes your single window opening, you face the most critical period of your medieval year, the preparation for winter survival that will make the difference between your family's survival and death during the brutal months ahead. The modern world has largely forgotten that winter was once humanity's greatest enemy, a seasonal adversary that killed more people than war, disease, or famine. And your one-room house must become a fortress against this relentless opponent. The timing of your winter preparations follows an ancient rhythm dictated by natural cycles and accumulated wisdom passed down through generations of survivors. Medieval peasants began their winter preparations with the collective slaughter and processing of pigs, a community work effort that provided essential preserved meat for the cold months. This slaughter typically occurs during the first hard frost of late autumn, when cold temperatures will preserve meat during the processing period, but before the weather becomes so severe that outdoor work becomes impossible. Your family's pig, carefully raised throughout the spring and summer months, represents months of investment in feed, labor, and hope. This single animal, weighing perhaps 150 to 200 pounds, must provide the majority of your family's protein for the entire winter season. The slaughter itself becomes a community event because the work must be completed quickly and efficiently, requiring skills and manpower that individual families cannot provide alone. Neighbors arrive before dawn to assist with the killing, butchering, and initial processing, knowing that you will reciprocate when their animals are slaughtered. The butchering process transforms your pig into dozens of different preserved meat products, each designed to provide nutrition and calories during different stages of the winter season. The fresh meat that cannot be immediately preserved becomes the basis for a brief period of abundant eating, perhaps the only time during the year when your family consumes meat daily. The blood becomes blood sausage or black pudding, considered poor people's food, but essential for survival when no other protein sources are the organs. Bones and less desirable cuts are processed into sausages, potted meats, and rendered fats that will provide cooking, medium, and calories throughout the winter. The salting and curing process for preserving your pork requires techniques and knowledge that represents centuries of trial and error by families who faced starvation when preservation methods failed. The meat must be salted thoroughly and cured properly to prevent spoilage during months. You rub coarse salt into every surface of the meat cuts. Then hang them in the coolest, driest area of your house where air circulation will continue the curing process. The salt draws moisture from the meat while creating an environment hostile to the bacteria that cause spoilage. But the process requires constant monitoring to ensure success. Your grain storage represents the foundation of your family's winter survival, yet it also presents some of the most complex challenges in your preparation process. The wheat, barley, and oats that you harvested during the late summer must be stored in ways that protect them from moisture, rodents, insects, and spoilage while remaining accessible for daily bread making throughout the winter months. Medieval peasants planted winter crops, including wheat, that would germinate before the cold weather and provide fresh growth in early. This requires sophisticated understanding of grain varieties, soil conditions, and timing that represents accumulated agricultural knowledge developed over centuries. The storage containers for your grain, large ceramic pots, wooden barrels, and woven baskets must be sealed against moisture and pests while allowing air circulation that prevents mold and lice fermentation. You line these containers with dried herbs that repel insects, layer the grain with salt or ash that absorbs moisture, and position the containers within your house where temperature variations are minimized but access for daily use remains convenient. A single storage failure can mean starvation for your entire family, making these preparations literally matters of life and death. Your vegetable storage systems must preserve root crops, dried legumes, and hardy vegetables through months of winter weather, using only natural preservation methods and the limited storage space within your single room. Cabbages, leeks, turnips, and onions can be stored fresh for several months if kept at proper temperatures and humidity. Levels. You dig shallow pits in the floor of your house, line them with straw, and layer vegetables with sand or dried earth. To create root cellars that maintain stable conditions despite the temperature fluctuations of your heated living space. The drying and preservation of summer's harvest requires processing enormous quantities of vegetables, herbs, and fruits during the brief period when they are ripe and available. You spend long days cutting vegetables into thin strips, threading them on strings to hang from your rafters and turning them regularly to ensure even drying. Herbs must be harvested at peak potency, bundled carefully to prevent mold, and stored in ways that preserve their medicinal and flavoring properties. Throughout the winter, the success of these preservation efforts determines not just the variety of your winter diet, but your family's health and ability to fight off the diseases that flourish during cold, confined living conditions. Your fuel preparation represents perhaps the most labor-intensive aspect of winter preparation, requiring the cutting, splitting, hauling, and storage of enormous quantities of wood that will provide all your heat, cooking fuel, and light during the dark months ahead. Medieval households required approximately 1 quart of wood per month to maintain survival temperatures throughout for a 6-month winter. This means gathering, processing, and storing 6 cords of wood, roughly 768 cubic feet, of split, seasoned firewood that must be cut and stacked before the weather prevents outdoor work. The wood gathering process requires intimate knowledge of local forests, tree species, and optimal cutting times that ensure your fuel will burn efficiently and provide maximum heat output. Different woods serve different purposes. Hardwoods, like oak and ash, provide long-burning heat for overnight fires, while softwoods like pine provide quick-starting kindling for daily fire lighting. Green wood must be cut and split early enough to dry properly before use, while deadwood can be gathered closer to winter but requires careful evaluation to ensure it hasn't rotted beyond useful combustion. The physical labor of fuel preparation pushes your body to its limits during a time when you must also complete all other winter preparation tasks. Tree cutting requires strength, endurance, and skill, with tools that are heavy, dangerous, and prone to breaking under the stress of constant use. Splitting wood demands technique and timing that take years to master, while hauling heavy loads of fuel from cutting sites to your home requires physical conditioning that you must maintain. Despite a diet that barely provides adequate calories for normal daily activities, your tool preparation and maintenance become critical during the autumn months, because winter will provide no opportunities to repair or replace essential implements. Yet the harsh conditions will test every piece of equipment to its breaking point. Axes must be sharpened and handles tightened. Knives must be honed and oiled, and sewing implements must be readied for the clothing repairs that will become essential during months of hardware. Metal tools that show signs of wear or damage must be taken to the village blacksmith before winter weather makes such travel impossible. The preparation of clothing and textile supplies requires processing flax or wool into thread, weaving cloth for clothing repairs, and creating the additional garments that will be necessary for survival during cold weather. Medieval winter clothing consisted of multiple layers, including wool cloaks, scarves, mittens, worn-over linen undergarments, often lined with fur, when each family member needs not just adequate clothing for normal winter wear, but backup garments for when primary clothing becomes wet, torn, or worn out during months of constant use. The waterproofing and weatherproofing of your house becomes urgent as autumn progresses and the first storms test your home's ability to protect against wind, rain, and cold. Every gap in your walls must be sealed with fresh daub. Every loose thatch bundle must be secured, and every opening must be evaluated for its contribution to heat loss versus necessary ventilation. Medieval houses had central hearths with holes in the roof for smoke evacuation, but these openings also allowed significant heat loss and weather Psychological preparation for winter involves the mental and emotional adjustments necessary to face months of confinement. Reduced activity and survival-focused living that tests every relationship and individual coping mechanism within your household. You know from experience that winter transforms your family dynamics, creates tensions that have no outlet during months of indoor confinement, and challenges every family member's ability to maintain mental health during dark, cold, restrictive conditions. The anticipation of these challenges becomes part of your autumn anxiety as you recognize that survival requires not just adequate physical preparations, but psychological resilience that you cannot stockpile like food or fuel. The community aspects of winter preparation involve coordinating with neighbors for mutual assistance, shared resources, and collective security during the months when individual families become isolated by weather and travel becomes dangerous or impossible. You arrange for cooperative arrangements where neighbors will check on each other's welfare, share resources during emergencies, and provide assistance if family members become ill or injured during winter months. These social preparations often mean the difference between survival and death for families who face crises beyond their individual capacity to manage. The spiritual and religious preparations for winter involve ensuring that your family's religious observances, moral instruction, and spiritual practices can continue during months when attendance at community religious services becomes irregular or impossible. You ensure that your household possesses religious texts, devotional materials, and the knowledge necessary to maintain family religious practices that provide psychological support and community connection during the isolating months ahead. Yet, despite all these careful preparations, you know that winter will bring challenges that no amount of preparation can fully address, and that your family's survival will ultimately depend not just on your autumn preparations, but on your ability to manage resources, maintain health, and preserve sanity during the brutal months when your single room becomes your entire universe. But what happens when all these preparations prove inadequate to the harsh realities of medieval winter, and you must survive on diminishing resources, while maintaining hope for spring's eventual return? When winter settles over your medieval household like a suffocating blanket, your carefully prepared single room transforms from a crowded but functional living space into a survival bunker, where every decision affects your family's chances of lasting until spring. The rhythm of your days becomes dictated not by productive work or social activities, but by the relentless demands of staying warm, conserving resources, and maintaining the basic functions of life under conditions that test the limits of human endurance. Your daily routine begins before dawn in a room so cold that your breath creates visible clouds in the darkness. Medieval peasants dealt with inadequate heating by wearing extra warm clothes indoors and staying close to the fire whenever the fire in your hearth, which you've maintained continuously throughout the night by banking coals under ash, must be carefully coaxed back to life using precious kindling and dry wood from your dwindling supply. This process requires patience and skill, because wasted fuel could mean the difference between survival and death later in the winter. The management of your fire becomes the central organizing principle around which all other daily activities revolve. You calculate fuel consumption with the precision of a modern accountant, knowing exactly how much wood remains in your carefully hoarded supply, and how much you can afford to burn each day to last until spring. The fire provides not just heat, but all your cooking capability, your only source of light after sunset, and the psychological comfort of warmth and illumination that helps maintain sanity during months of confinement. Medieval houses were poorly insulated and subject to constant cold drafts, with fireplaces that often didn't provide adequate heating for the entire living. The temperature gradient within your single room creates distinct thermal zones that determine where different activities can occur. The area immediately around your hearth remains tolerably warm, perhaps reaching 50 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit on the coldest days. The center of your room maintains temperatures in the 40s, while the corners and areas near your walls drop into the 30s during severe cold spells. Your sleeping arrangements must account for these temperature variations while also managing the body heat sharing that becomes essential for survival during the coldest nights. Medieval peasants heated stones or bricks in the fireplace and carried them wrapped in fabric to their beds to warm the sleeping. This process requires careful timing. The stones must be heated thoroughly enough to provide warmth throughout the night, but not so hot that they burn through their fabric wrapping or cause fires in your straw bedding. The daily preparation of food becomes increasingly challenging as winter progresses and your stored supplies dwindle both in quantity and variety. Your meals center around pottage, a thick, hearty stew made with seasonal ingredients and flavored with but the ingredients available for this staple dish become more limited with each passing week. Early winter pottage might include preserved meat, dried vegetables, and grain in generous quantities. But by midwinter, you're stretching the same ingredients with additional water and whatever stored vegetables remain edible. The rationing of food requires constant mathematical calculations balanced against nutritional needs, remaining supplies, and the unknown duration of winter weather. You know from experience that winter can extend well into what the calendar suggests should be spring, and that running out of food in late winter means certain starvation when no alternatives exist. Each meal becomes a careful negotiation between providing adequate nutrition for your family's health and energy needs, while preserving enough supplies to last until fresh food becomes available. The preparation and consumption of meals occurs within the same confined space where your family sleeps, works, and lives, creating logistical challenges that require careful choreography of activities and space usage. Cooking generates heat, light, and aromas that temporarily improve the comfort of your living space. But it also consumes precious fuel and fills your room with smoke that burns your eyes and coats everything with soot. The shared cooking pot becomes the focal point of family meals, but also a potential source of conflict when individual family members have different needs or preferences that cannot be accommodated within your limited food supplies. Your clothing management becomes a constant concern as winter weather tests the durability of garments that must serve multiple functions throughout months of continuous wear. Medieval winter clothing involved layers, including woolen coats, scarves, mittens, and fur-lined garments. However, these garments quickly become dirty, worn, and damaged under conditions where they cannot be properly cleaned or repaired. The few changes of clothing that your family possesses must be rotated carefully to ensure that everyone always has adequate coverage while allowing some garments to dry or undergo repair. The washing and maintenance of clothing during winter presents nearly impossible challenges given the limitations of your heating fuel, water supply, and drying facilities. Washing clothes requires heating large quantities of water that consumes precious fuel, while wet clothing can take days to dry in the cold, humid conditions of your poorly ventilated room. The alternative, wearing unwashed clothing for weeks or months, creates hygiene problems that contribute to illness and skin conditions that can become serious health threats under your confined living conditions. Your hygiene and sanitation practices must be maintained under conditions where privacy is impossible. Heating water is expensive in terms of fuel consumption, and proper cleaning facilities don't exist. Medieval people maintained personal cleanliness through washing with heated water and soap when available. But these practices became difficult during winter. Personal washing becomes a luxury reserved for special occasions or when hygiene problems threaten family health, while daily cleaning consists of brief washing of hands and face using minimal heated water. The management of human waste. During winter, when outdoor latrines become difficult or dangerous to access, requires adaptations that test every family's tolerance for unpleasant living conditions. Chamber pots must be used, emptied, and cleaned within your living space. creating odors and hygiene challenges that contribute to the overall unpleasantness of winter confinement. The disposal of waste contents requires venturing outdoors in harsh weather, while the cleaning of containers must be accomplished using precious heated water. And within your crowded living space, your livestock management during severe weather. Periods requires bringing animals indoors for their survival, but also for the additional warmth their bodies provide to your family's living space. Medieval peasants shared their single rooms with animals during harsh weather for mutual warmth. An animal, a pig, goat, or chickens brought into your room contribute their body heat to the overall temperature. But they also add their waste products, odors, space requirements, and feeding needs to your already challenging living conditions. The psychological challenges of winter confinement intensify as the season progresses and the novelty of indoor activities gives way to mind-numbing boredom, cabin fever, and interpersonal tensions that have no outlet through physical separation or outdoor activities. Medieval winter activities included indoor games like backgammon and chess, but also outdoor activities like snowball fights and sledding when weather. However, many winter days provide no opportunities for outdoor activity, leaving your family confined to your single room for days or weeks at a time. The maintenance of family relationships under conditions of constant proximity, shared scarcity, and increasing stress requires extraordinary patience, communication, skills, and conflict resolution abilities that are tested daily throughout the winter months. Disagreements that might be easily resolved under normal conditions become major crises when disputants cannot separate, when resources are too limited to accommodate different preferences, and when the stress of survival creates shortened tempers and reduced tolerance for minor irritations. Your health maintenance during winter must rely on herbal remedies, folk wisdom, and careful prevention. Because professional medical care is unavailable and minor illnesses can quickly become life-threatening under your confined, cold, poorly ventilated living conditions. Cold symptoms, digestive problems, skin conditions, and respiratory issues flourish in the environment of your winter household, requiring constant vigilance and treatment. Using whatever medicinal supplies you've prepared during warmer months, the passage of time during winter becomes distorted by the lack of natural light, the repetitive nature of daily survival activities, and the absence of the seasonal markers that normally provide psychological anchoring throughout the year. Days blend together in cycles of fire maintenance, meal preparation, and survival, activities that provide little variation or stimulation. The psychological impact of this temporal disorientation contributes to depression, anxiety, and behavioral problems that compound the other stresses of winter survival. Your resource monitoring becomes an obsession as winter progresses and you watch your carefully accumulated supplies of food, fuel, and essential materials dwindle despite your best conservation efforts. The daily calculations of remaining supplies versus estimated time. Until spring, create constant anxiety about whether your preparations will prove adequate to your family's survival needs. The realization that some preparations were inadequate, that some supplies are spoiling faster than expected, or that winter is lasting longer than anticipated creates crisis situations that require immediate adaptation and resource reallocation. The spiritual and psychological practices that help maintain hope and sanity during winter's darkest months become as essential as food and fuel for your family's survival. Religious observances, storytelling, music, and other activities that provide meaning and connection beyond mere survival become the difference between maintaining human dignity and descending into despair during the most challenging period of your medieval year. Yet even as you struggle through each winter day, you know that the worst challenges still lie ahead. When your carefully hoarded resources reach dangerously low levels, and you must somehow endure the final weeks before spring's life-saving return, as winter drags into its 4th and 5th months. Your single room becomes a theater of desperation, where every remaining resource must be stretched to its absolute limit. and beyond. This is the period medieval people called the Hunger Gap, those final weeks of winter when stored food supplies run dangerously low. Fuel stocks dwindle to critical levels, and spring's arrival becomes not just hoped for, but desperately needed for basic survival. Your family's ability to endure these final challenges will determine whether you emerge from winter as survivors or join the countless medieval families who perished during these cruelest weeks of the year. Your food supplies, so carefully calculated and rationed throughout the winter months, now exist in quantities that would shock anyone accustomed to modern abundance. The preserved meat that once provided daily protein now appears in your pot. Only every few days, stretched with whatever vegetables remain edible and extended with additional grain to create meals that satisfy hunger without providing adequate nutrition. The pottage that sustained your family through early winter now resembles a thin gruel that leaves everyone constantly hungry, yet represents the maximum nutrition you can extract from your remaining supplies. The psychological impact of chronic hunger becomes as challenging as the physical effects, creating irritability, depression, and decision-making impairments that compound every other aspect of winter survival. Your children become listless and difficult. Your spouse grows short-tempered over minor issues, and you find yourself obsessing over food memories and fantasizing about meals you'll prepare when fresh ingredients become available again. The constant gnawing sensation of insufficient food creates a background anxiety that colors every interaction and decision during these critical weeks. Your fuel situation reaches crisis levels as you burn through the carefully hoarded wood supplies that seemed adequate when winter began, but now appear insufficient to last until warmth returns to the outside world. Each day's fire must be calculated not just against the day's heating and cooking needs, but against the unknown number of days remaining before spring weather makes indoor heating less critical for survival. You find yourself burning furniture, tool handles, and any other combustible materials within your house while carefully rationing your remaining proper firewood for the coldest nights and essential cooking needs. The management of fire becomes an art form, requiring skills that take years to develop and constant attention to maintain efficiency and safety. You learn to bank fires overnight using techniques that preserve coals while consuming minimum fuel, to restart fires using the smallest possible amount of kindling, and to cook meals that require minimal fuel while providing maximum nutrition. The difference between efficient and wasteful fire management can determine whether your fuel supplies last until spring or run out during a late winter cold snap that could kill your entire family. Your water procurement becomes increasingly difficult as winter storms make travel to water sources dangerous or impossible, while stored water supplies become contaminated or frozen solid during the coldest periods. You melt snow for drinking water, but this process consumes precious fuel while providing water that lacks the minerals and taste of fresh sources. The rationing of water for cooking, cleaning, and drinking requires constant calculations, balanced against fuel consumption and the basic needs of family survival. The deterioration of your living conditions accelerates during these final winter weeks as months of constant use, inadequate cleaning, and survival-focused priorities create an environment that challenges every aspect of human dignity and health. Your earthen floor becomes a mixture of mud, food scraps, animal waste, and accumulated debris that cannot be properly cleaned under winter conditions. The air in your room becomes thick with smoke, cooking odors, and human odors that have built up over months of inadequate ventilation and limited washing opportunities. Your clothing reaches states of wear and contamination that would be considered intolerable under normal conditions, but must be endured because no alternatives exist. Garments that have been worn continuously for months become stiff with accumulated dirt, sweat, and cooking smoke, while repairs using precious thread and limited sewing time create patchwork clothing that barely maintains its protective function. The psychological impact of wearing such degraded clothing contributes to feelings of depression, and loss of dignity that compound the other stresses of late winter survival. The health challenges during late winter intensify as malnutrition weakens. Immune systems while living conditions promote the spread of illness within your confined family group. Respiratory infections flourish in the cold, smoke-filled air of your room, while digestive problems result from poor food quality and inadequate nutrition. Skin conditions develop from poor hygiene and constant contact with dirty clothing and bedding, while minor injuries heal slowly due to nutritional deficiencies and unsanitary conditions. Your family's mental health faces its greatest test during these final weeks, as the combination of hunger, cold, confinement, and uncertainty creates conditions that challenge every individual's psychological resilience. Children become withdrawn or hyperactive. Adults experience mood swings and decision-making difficulties, and family conflicts increase in frequency and intensity as shortened tempers meet reduced tolerance for minor irritations. The psychological support systems that help families maintain unity during normal times become strained to breaking points under these extreme survival conditions. The community support networks that provide mutual assistance during winter emergencies become increasingly important as individual families reach the limits of their prepared resources and survival capabilities. Neighbors check on each other's welfare when weather permits, share information about remaining resources and survival strategies, and provide assistance to families facing immediate crises. However, these support systems also face strain as widespread resource depletion affects entire communities simultaneously. The spiritual and religious practices that provide psychological anchor during difficult times become more important than ever as families face the possibility that their preparations and efforts may prove insufficient for survival. Prayer, religious observances, and faith-based hope provide psychological resources that help maintain sanity and family unity. When physical resources become inadequate, the belief that survival is possible, that spring will eventually return, and that suffering has meaning becomes as essential as food and fuel for psychological survival. The signs of spring's approach become subjects of intense observation and discussion as your family watches desperately for any indication that winter's grip may be loosening and that survival may be within reach. The length of daylight periods, the behavior of any birds that remain in the area, changes in wind patterns, and temperature variations become critically important indicators that guide decisions about resource expenditure and survival strategies. A warm day that suggests early spring may encourage greater fuel consumption, while continued cold weather reinforces the need for continued strict rationing. Your medieval day begins not with the luxury of alarm clocks or artificial lighting, but with the gradual recognition that darkness has begun its slow retreat toward another day of unrelenting labor within and around your single-room existence. The rhythm of your life follows patterns established not by personal choice or individual preference, but by the inexorable demands of survival that have governed human existence for countless generations before electricity, mechanization, or any of the conveniences that modern people consider essential for civilized life. The first conscious moment of your day occurs while you still lie on your straw mattress, assessing the temperature, listening to the sounds of your family members beginning to stir, and mentally cataloging the tasks that must be accomplished before sunset returns you to the darkness of another medieval night. Your body aches from sleeping on a thin layer of straw placed directly on the dirt floor, while the cold air makes leaving the minimal warmth of your shared bedding an act of conscious willpower. Rather than natural awakening, the lighting of your daily fire represents the first critical task that determines whether your family will have heat, cooking capability, and light for the day's activities, or whether inadequate fire management will leave you cold, hungry, and working in darkness. You rise quietly to avoid disturbing other family members. Locate your fire-making materials in the darkness. and begin the careful process of coaxing flames from the banked coals that have, hopefully, survived through the night under their covering. This fire lighting process requires skills that modern people never develop because electric heat and lighting have eliminated the necessity for understanding combustion, airflow, and fuel management that were once essential for basic survival. You must judge the condition of your banked coals, select appropriate kindling materials, arrange fuel to create proper airflow, and nurture small flames into sustainable fire while using minimum materials from your limited fuel supply. A mistake in this process can waste precious resources or leave your family without fire. For hours, while you attempt to restart the process from scratch, the preparation of your family's first meal begins immediately once your fire reaches adequate intensity for cooking. But this meal preparation bears no resemblance to modern cooking practices that assume abundant ingredients, varied menu options, and sophisticated cooking equipment. Your breakfast consists primarily of whatever grain can be quickly prepared into edible form, perhaps oats boiled into porridge, or yesterday's bread softened with water or milk if available, supplemented with whatever preserved foods remain, accessible from your winter storage. The communal aspects of meal preparation require coordination among family members who must share workspace, tools, and ingredients, while also contributing labor appropriate to their age and capabilities. Children contribute by gathering fuel, tending the fire, or preparing simple food items under adult supervision, while adults handle the more complex cooking tasks and resource allocation decisions. The single cooking pot that serves your entire family's needs must be carefully managed to prepare sequential courses or share dishes without wasting fuel or cooking time. Your medieval day begins not with the luxury of alarm clocks or artificial lighting, but with the gradual recognition that darkness has begun its slow retreat toward another day of unrelenting labor within and around your single-room existence. The rhythm of your life follows patterns established not by personal choice or individual preference, but by the inexorable demands of survival that have governed human existence for countless generations before electricity, mechanization, or any of the conveniences that modern people consider essential for civilized life. The first conscious moment of your day occurs while you still lie on your straw mattress, assessing the temperature, listening to the sounds of your family members beginning to stir, and mentally cataloging the tasks that must be accomplished before sunset returns you to the darkness of another medieval night. Your body aches from sleeping on a thin layer of straw placed directly on the dirt floor, while the cold air makes leaving the minimal warmth of your shared bedding an act of conscious willpower. Rather than natural awakening, the lighting of your daily fire represents the first critical task that determines whether your family will have heat, cooking capability, and light for the day's activities, or whether inadequate fire management will leave you cold, hungry, and working in darkness. You rise quietly to avoid disturbing other family members. Locate your fire-making materials in the darkness, and begin the careful process of coaxing flames from the banked coals that have, hopefully, survived through the night under their covering. This fire lighting process requires skills that modern people never develop because electric heat and lighting have eliminated the necessity for understanding combustion, airflow, and fuel management that were once essential for basic survival. You must judge the condition of your banked coals, select appropriate kindling materials, arrange fuel to create proper airflow, and nurture small flames into sustainable fire while using minimum materials from your limited fuel supply. A mistake in this process can waste precious resources or leave your family without fire. For hours, while you attempt to restart the process from scratch, the preparation of your family's first meal begins immediately once your fire reaches adequate intensity for cooking. But this meal preparation bears no resemblance to modern cooking practices that assume abundant ingredients, varied menu options, and sophisticated cooking equipment. Your breakfast consists primarily of whatever grain can be quickly prepared into edible form, perhaps oats boiled into porridge, or yesterday's bread softened with water or milk if available, supplemented with whatever preserved foods remain, accessible from your winter storage. The communal aspects of meal preparation require coordination among family members who must share workspace, tools, and ingredients, while also contributing labor appropriate to their age and capabilities. Children contribute by gathering fuel, tending the fire, or preparing simple food items under adult supervision, while adults handle the more complex cooking tasks and resource allocation decisions. The single cooking pot that serves your entire family's needs must be carefully managed to prepare sequential courses or share dishes without wasting fuel or cooking time. Your clothing for the day reflects not personal style or individual preference, but the practical requirements of physical labor. Weather protection and the limited garments available within your household's possessions. You own perhaps two complete sets of clothing, one for daily work and one for special occasions, meaning that clothing choice is determined by availability rather than preference. The process of dressing occurs within the shared space of your single room, requiring the same lack of privacy that characterizes every aspect of your medieval life. The organization of your day's work begins with an assessment of weather conditions, seasonal requirements, and the immediate needs of your household's survival and productivity. During growing seasons, agricultural work takes priority over all other activities, requiring family members to leave your single room before full daylight and work in fields or gardens until darkness makes continued outdoor labor impossible. During winter months, indoor activities like tool repair, textile production, and food processing provide productive uses for the long hours when outdoor work becomes impossible. The allocation of work assignments among family members follows. Patterns based on age, gender, physical capability, and skill level that reflect centuries of adaptation to the requirements of subsistence living. Adult men typically handle the heaviest physical labor, plowing, harvesting, construction, and fuel gathering, while adult women manage household production activities like cooking, textile work, animal care, and food processing. Children contribute labor appropriate to their development level while receiving the practical education that will prepare them for adult responsibilities. Your tools for the day's work represent significant investments in time, resources, and skill that must be carefully maintained because replacement or repair requires resources that your family can rarely afford. A broken plow, damaged axe, or worn-out cooking pot creates immediate crises that can threaten your family's survival, if not quickly resolved. The daily inspection, maintenance, proper use of tools becomes as important as the work accomplished with these tools, requiring skills and knowledge that take years to develop and constant attention to maintain. The social aspects of your conless aspects of your daily work often involve cooperation with neighbors and community members for tasks that require more labor, skills, or resources than individual families can provide. Harvest activities, construction projects, animal slaughter, and seasonal preparation work become community events where multiple families contribute labor while sharing knowledge, resources, and social interaction that provides relief from the isolation of single-family subsistence living. Your midday meal, if resources permit a second daily meal, represents a brief pause in physical labor rather than a leisurely dining experience, providing essential nutrition and calories needed to sustain afternoon work activities. This meal typically consists of bread, cheese if available, and perhaps preserved meat or vegetables, consumed quickly to minimize time away from productive labor. The social aspects of shared meals provide important family bonding time, but they also require resource allocation decisions about food consumption balanced against remaining supplies and anticipated future needs. The afternoon hours of your medieval day often prove the most physically demanding, as morning energy gives way to cumulative fatigue, while essential work must still be completed before darkness ends the productive day. The time pressure created by limited daylight hours means that work must be accomplished efficiently and without interruption, leaving little time for rest, recreation, or activities that don't contribute directly to survival and productivity. Your tools and work techniques reflect technologies and methods that have remained essentially unchanged for centuries, requiring physical strength, endurance, and skill that modern mechanized society no longer demands from workers. Hand tools powered only by human muscle accomplish tasks that modern people complete with powered equipment, requiring workdays that begin before dawn and continue until darkness, while still accomplishing far less than modern. Productivity levels. Achieve the maintenance of your livestock requires daily attention that cannot be postponed or neglected without risking the economic foundation of your family's survival. Animals must be fed, watered, and cared for regardless of weather conditions, personal illness, or competing work demands. The health and productivity of your animals directly affects your family's access to protein, dairy products, and the draft power needed for agricultural work, making animal care a critical daily priority that influences every other aspect of your survival strategy. Your food procurement activities require constant attention to opportunities for gathering wild foods, hunting small game, fishing, or trading with neighbors for resources that your own production cannot provide. The seasonal variations in food availability mean that productive gathering opportunities cannot be missed, requiring flexibility in daily work schedules to take advantage of temporary abundance, while also maintaining progress on essential routine. Tasks. The processing and preservation of food occurs as ongoing activities, integrated into daily work routines rather than as seasonal projects completed at specific times of year. Milk must be processed into cheese or butter before it spoils. Vegetables must be prepared for storage as they ripen, and meat must be preserved immediately after animals are slaughtered. These processing activities require immediate attention when opportunities arise. Disrupting other planned work activities, but providing essential resources for future survival. Your water procurement represents a daily necessity that requires time, energy, and often significant travel to reach reliable sources, then transport adequate supplies back to your household for drinking, cooking, and essential cleaning activities. The quality and availability of water sources affects every aspect of daily life, from cooking and hygiene to animal care and food processing, making water management a critical daily concern that influences decisions about work, location, and resource allocation. The social interactions that occur during your daily work provide essential psychological support and community connection that helps offset the isolation and monotony of subsistence living within your single-room household. Conversations with neighbors during shared work activities. Information exchange about resources and opportunities. And mutual assistance during challenging tasks. Create social networks that contribute to individual psychological well-being, while also providing practical support for survival activities. Your evening meal preparation begins, while adequate daylight remains for food preparation activities. But it must be completed using firelight that provides adequate illumination for cooking, while conserving precious fuel that must also provide heat and light for other evening activities. This meal typically represents the most substantial food consumption of the day, providing calories and nutrition needed for physical recovery from the day's labor, while also serving as the primary social gathering time for family interaction. And communication. The transition from productive work to evening rest occurs gradually as darkness limits the possibility for continued labor. But this transition also creates opportunities for family socialization, skill instruction, and the maintenance of relationships that provide psychological foundation for continued cooperation within your crowded single-room household. The evening hours provide time for storytelling, music, game playing, and other activities that maintain human culture and social bonds within the constraints of survival-focused living. Yet even these brief evening respites from physical labor must be balanced against the reality that fuel for light and heat remains limited, that tomorrow will bring another day of essential work, and that the cycle of seasonal demands continues throughout your medieval life without vacation, retirement, or relief from the constant pressure of survival-focused activity. But how do these daily routines change throughout the year as seasonal demands shift the focus of work from planting to harvesting to preservation to survival? And what happens when the endless cycle of toil occasionally breaks down due to illness, injury, or other crises that test your family's ability to maintain the productivity essential for continued existence? As the medieval year progresses through its predictable yet challenging seasonal cycles, your single room serves as both headquarters and refuge for the constantly shifting demands of survival work that define every aspect of pre-modern existence. Each season brings its own urgent priorities, specialized tasks, and unique challenges that require adaptation of your daily routines while maintaining the essential activities needed for basic survival throughout the year. Spring's arrival transforms your household from winter survival mode into the frantic preparation and planting, activities that will determine your family's food security for the entire coming year. Medieval peasants began winter's end with field preparation, spreading manure to fertilize soil, and planting new crops, including winter grains that would provide next year's. Your daily routine shifts from indoor survival activities to agricultural work that requires every capable family member to contribute labor from dawn to dusk during the critical planting season. The transition from winter's confined living to spring's outdoor work creates both physical and psychological challenges as bodies, weakened by months of inadequate nutrition and limited physical activity, must suddenly perform demanding agricultural labor. Your muscles, softened by winter's inactivity, ache from the unfamiliar demands of plowing, planting, and soil preparation, while your hands develop new calluses from tools that felt foreign after months of disuse. The psychological relief of escaping your confined single room balances against the anxiety of facing another year's agricultural gamble on which your family's survival depends. The planting season requires precise timing based on weather conditions, soil readiness, and seasonal patterns that represent accumulated agricultural knowledge passed down through generations of successful farmers. A planting delayed by poor weather or completed too early during a late frost can result in crop failures that mean starvation for your family the following winter. The pressure to make correct decisions about timing, seed allocation, planting methods creates constant anxiety during this critical season that determines your year's success or failure. Your seed allocation decisions require mathematical calculations balanced against survival requirements, available planting area, and anticipated yields that reflect the gambling nature of medieval agriculture. The grain saved for planting represents food that your family cannot eat during spring's lean period, creating immediate hunger in exchange for hope for future abundance. The amount of land you can plant depends on your family's labor capacity, available tools, and access to draft animals, while anticipated yields depend on weather, pest control, and agricultural skills that cannot guarantee success despite your best efforts. Summer's arrival brings the intensive cultivation activities that require constant attention to growing crops while also maintaining all the other activities necessary for household survival and productivity. Weeding, pest control, irrigation, when possible, and crop monitoring become daily priorities that must be balanced against food procurement, livestock care, fuel gathering, and the countless other tasks that cannot be neglected despite the agricultural focus of summer work. The physical demands of summer agricultural work push your family's capabilities to their limits during the period when nutritional resources often remain inadequate from winter's depletion and spring's lean period. You work long days under hot sun using hand tools that require strength and endurance, while your diet may still consist largely of stored foods that lack the fresh vegetables and adequate protein needed to fuel intensive physical labor. The combination of demanding work and inadequate nutrition creates health risks that can affect your family's ability to complete essential seasonal tasks. Your food procurement during summer months requires taking advantage of temporary abundance, while also maintaining progress on agricultural work that cannot be delayed without risking crop failure. Wild foods, fishing opportunities, and early garden vegetables provide crucial nutrition and variety that helps restore health damaged by winter's privations. But gathering and processing these foods requires time and energy that competes with urgent agricultural priorities. The summer maintenance of your single-room house provides opportunities to complete repairs and improvements that were impossible during winter months, but essential for next winter's survival. Roof repairs, wall maintenance, floor improvements, and the replacement of damaged furnishings must be accomplished during summer's favorable weather while also completing agricultural work and other seasonal priorities. The allocation of limited time and resources between immediate needs and preparation for future challenges requires constant decision-making that balances competing urgent priorities. Harvest season transforms your daily routine into intensive labor that requires every family member's maximum effort during the brief window, when crops reach maturity and weather permits successful harvesting. The timing of harvest work cannot be adjusted for convenience or other priorities. Crops must be harvested when they're ready, regardless of weather conditions, family health, or competing demands. The failure to complete harvest work successfully can result in the loss of an entire year's agricultural investment and the starvation of your family during the following winter. The physical demands of harvest work represent the most intensive labor period of your medieval year, requiring strength, speed, and endurance that test every family member's capabilities. Hand harvesting using sickles and scythes requires skills developed over years of practice, physical conditioning maintained throughout the year, and the ability to work effectively despite fatigue, weather challenges, and time pressure that cannot be avoided or postponed. Your food processing activities during harvest season require immediate attention to preservation techniques that will determine whether your crop yields, provide adequate nutrition throughout the coming year, or spoil before they can be consumed. Grain must be threshed, winnowed, and stored properly to prevent loss to rodents, insects, and moisture. Vegetables must be processed using preservation methods appropriate to each type of produce, while timing becomes critical because crops continue ripening and spoiling according to natural schedules that cannot be adjusted for. Convenience, the community aspects of harvest work provide essential labor cooperation that enables individual families to complete tasks beyond their independent capabilities while also creating social interactions that provide psychological relief from the intense pressure of survival-focused work. Harvest time brings neighbors together for shared labor, mutual assistance, and the social activities that help maintain community bonds. Despite the isolating effects of subsistence, living focused on individual family survival, autumn's arrival shifts your focus from harvest work to the intensive preparation activities that will determine your family's survival prospects during the coming winter. Food preservation, fuel gathering, and the maintenance of tools and equipment become urgent priorities that must be completed before weather conditions make continued outdoor work impossible. The timing and thoroughness of autumn preparation. Work directly affects your family's comfort, health, and survival during winter's challenges. Your fuel preparation during autumn requires enormous labor investment in cutting, splitting, hauling, and storing the quantities of wood needed for heating, cooking, and light during winter months. The physical demands of fuel preparation compete with food preservation work and other autumn priorities, requiring careful allocation of family labor capacity among multiple urgent tasks that all contribute to winter survival. The adequacy of fuel preparation cannot be assessed until winter tests your supplies, making fuel gathering decisions. Educated guesses based on experience and hope rather than certain knowledge. The food preservation activities of autumn require processing huge quantities of produce using techniques that must prevent spoilage while maintaining nutritional value throughout months of storage. Each type of food requires different preservation methods: salting, drying, smoking, or storage techniques, while timing becomes critical. As produce continues ripening and beginning to spoil according to natural schedules, the success of food preservation work determines whether your family faces winter with adequate nutrition or begins the hungry months already, malnourished and vulnerable to winter's challenges. Winter's return brings your family back to the confined, survival existence within your single room, but now equipped with the resources and preparations completed during the year's productive seasons. The transition from outdoor work to indoor confinement requires psychological adjustment as your family adapts once again to the limited space, reduced activity levels, and survival-focused priorities that characterize winter life. The adequacy of your year's preparations becomes apparent as winter progresses and stored resources either prove sufficient or reveal gaps that threaten family survival. The indoor work activities of winter provide productive uses for the long hours when outdoor labor becomes impossible, but these activities must be accomplished within the confined space of your single room using limited materials and tools. Textile production, tool repair, food processing, and craft activities help maintain productivity during winter months, while also providing psychological benefits from continuing useful work despite seasonal limitations. The skills required for winter indoor work represent specialized knowledge, passed down through generations of families who used winter months productively rather than simply enduring them passively. Your family's health management throughout the seasonal cycle requires constant attention to nutrition, hygiene, and the prevention of illnesses that can quickly become life-threatening under medieval living conditions. The seasonal variations in diet, work demands, and living conditions create different health challenges throughout the year. While access to medical care remains limited to folk remedies and traditional treatments that may or may not prove effective, the maintenance of family health becomes a year-round priority that influences every decision about work, resources, and daily living practices. The educational aspects of seasonal work provide children with the practical skills and knowledge they will need as adults, while also contributing child labor that helps families complete essential work within their limited capabilities. Children learn agricultural techniques, food preservation methods, textile skills, and tool use through participation in seasonal work activities rather than through formal education, separated from productive labor. This practical education creates competent adults, but may limit opportunities for intellectual development and individual exploration beyond the requirements of subsistence living. The social and community aspects of seasonal work provide essential psychological support and practical cooperation that helps individual families survive challenges beyond their independent capabilities. The sharing of labor, resources, and knowledge during seasonal work creates community bonds that provide mutual assistance during crises while also maintaining cultural traditions and social structures that give meaning to life beyond mere survival. These community relationships require ongoing investment of time and resources, but they provide insurance against disasters and social connections that help maintain psychological health during difficult periods. Yet, despite the careful organization of seasonal work and the accumulated wisdom of generations of successful survival, medieval life remains vulnerable to disruptions that can destroy a year's work and threaten family survival through circumstances beyond individual control or preparation. But what happens when illness, injury, crop failure, or other disasters interrupt these carefully planned seasonal cycles? And how do medieval families adapt their survival strategies when the normal rhythms of agricultural life break down due to circumstances beyond their control? The carefully orchestrated seasonal rhythms that govern your medieval existence become meaningless when crisis strikes your household. transforming your single room from a functional survival headquarters into a desperate refuge where normal routines collapse and emergency adaptations determine whether your family survives or joins the countless medieval households that disappeared when their coping mechanisms proved inadequate to life's brutal unpredictability. Illness strikes your household with devastating suddenness, beginning perhaps with your spouse's complaints of fatigue and fever that quickly escalate into debilitating sickness that prevents participation in the essential daily work that keeps your family functioning. Within your single room, illness cannot be isolated or contained. Every family member breathes the same air, shares the same water sources, and handles the same tools and possessions that facilitate disease transmission among people whose immune systems are already compromised by marginal nutrition and stressful living conditions. The care of sick family members requires allocating precious resources and limited energy toward nursing activities that produce no immediate survival benefits while still maintaining the essential work that cannot be postponed without threatening the entire family's welfare. You must tend to your spouse's fever using heated water that consumes precious fuel. Prepare special foods using ingredients from your limited stores, and provide constant attention that prevents you from completing normal daily work responsibilities. The disruption of normal work patterns creates immediate shortfalls in productivity that accumulate into serious problems if illness persists beyond a few days. Your children's reactions to parental illness create additional challenges within your confined living space as fear, anxiety, and disrupted routines affect behavior and cooperation in ways that compound the practical difficulties of managing illness while maintaining household survival functions. Children who normally contribute essential labor become sources of additional work demands when they require comfort, supervision, and care that healthy adults cannot provide while also nursing sick family members and maintaining essential survival. Activities the progression of serious illness within your medieval household brings you face to face with the reality that medical knowledge and treatment options remain extremely limited. While the consequences of losing adult family members threaten the economic foundation of your survival strategy, folk remedies, herbal treatments, and traditional nursing practices may help or harm. But they represent your only options for medical intervention beyond prayer and hope that natural recovery will occur before illness progresses to death. The economic implications of extended illness become apparent within days as reduced productivity affects your family's ability to complete essential work, while additional resource consumption for patient care depletes your carefully managed stores of food, fuel, and other supplies. Agricultural work cannot be postponed to accommodate illness. Crops require attention according to natural schedules. Animals need daily care regardless of family health crises, and seasonal preparation work must be completed within narrow time windows that don't adjust for personal emergencies. Crop failure strikes your household through circumstances entirely beyond your control. Drought, flooding, pest infestations, plant diseases, or weather disasters that destroy months of agricultural investment and planning in matters of days or weeks. The realization that your year's planting has failed creates immediate food security crises that require radical adaptation of survival strategies while also facing the psychological devastation of seeing a year's hard work destroyed by forces beyond human influence or control. The immediate aftermath of crop failure requires emergency food procurement strategies that may include gathering wild foods, hunting, fishing, or trading whatever valuable possessions your family owns for grain or other essential supplies. These emergency strategies often prove inadequate to replace the calories and nutrition that failed crops should have provided, creating chronic malnutrition that affects your family's health, energy levels, and ability to work effectively during the recovery period. Your adaptation to crop failure may require seeking wage labor. Despite the social stigma and economic disadvantage associated with working for others rather than farming your own land, the available work, harvest labor for successful farmers, Construction projects or other temporary employment often pays wages, barely adequate for survival while requiring you to leave your own land and household management responsibilities. To your spouse and children who may lack the skills and strength needed to maintain your family's other survival activities. The social implications of economic crisis within your medieval community create additional challenges as multiple families may face similar disasters simultaneously, reducing the availability of mutual assistance and increasing competition for limited resources, employment opportunities, and survival strategies. Community support systems that function effectively during individual family crises become strained when widespread disasters affect entire regions, and the social networks that normally provide assistance face their own survival challenges. Injury. Two essential family members creates immediate crises that combine medical challenges with economic disasters as your family loses productive capacity while gaining increased caregiving responsibilities during critical work periods. A farming accident that disables your primary agricultural worker during planting or harvest season can destroy your family's survival prospects for the entire year while also requiring nursing care that further reduces your household's productive capacity. The treatment of serious injuries using medieval medical knowledge and limited supplies often proves inadequate to prevent infection, permanent disability, or death, while the resources required for extended nursing care can exhaust your family's reserves of food, fuel, and essential supplies. Recovery from serious injuries may require weeks or months during which injured family members consume resources without contributing productive labor, creating cumulative effects that threaten long-term family survival even if immediate medical treatment proves successful. Your household's adaptation to permanent disability requires reorganizing work responsibilities, survival strategies, and resource allocation to accommodate reduced productive capacity while still meeting the essential requirements for family survival. Tasks that previously required strength or mobility must be modified or reassigned, while the learning curves associated with new work arrangements reduce efficiency during periods when maximum productivity is essential for survival. Natural disasters, storms, floods, fires, or other environmental catastrophes can destroy your carefully constructed house, stored resources, and accumulated tools in matters of hours, requiring you to rebuild your entire survival infrastructure while facing immediate needs for shelter, food, and protection without the resources and preparations that normally make survival possible. The reconstruction process following disasters requires enormous labor investment during periods when your family may be weakened by malnutrition, exposure, and the psychological trauma associated with losing everything that represented security and survival capability. The lack of insurance, government assistance, or social safety nets means that disaster recovery depends entirely on family resources, community assistance, and the ability to rebuild survival capacity from whatever remains after catastrophic losses. Your psychological adaptation to crisis requires mental resilience and emotional regulation skills that allow continued functioning despite fear, uncertainty, and the very real possibility that your survival strategies may prove inadequate to the challenges you face. The maintenance of hope, family cooperation, and effective decision-making under extreme stress becomes as important as physical resources for surviving. Crisis periods that test every aspect of your family's survival capabilities. The long-term effects of crisis experiences create permanent changes in your family's survival strategies, risk assessment capabilities, and resource allocation priorities that reflect hard-learned lessons about medieval life's fundamental uncertainty and the inadequacy of normal preparations for the most serious challenges that medieval families face. Families that survive major crises often develop increased resilience and more conservative resource management practices. But they also bear psychological scars and ongoing anxiety about future disasters that can never be entirely prevented or prepared for adequately. The children who grow up experiencing family crises develop different relationships with risk, security, and survival planning than those raised during stable periods. Learning early that life's basic requirements cannot be taken for granted and that survival depends on constant vigilance, hard work, and the acceptance that disaster can strike without warning or adequate preparation. Community. Relationships forged during crisis periods often prove stronger and more reliable than those developed during normal times. As families who provide mutual assistance during emergencies, create bonds of obligation and trust that continue long after immediate crises pass. These relationships become part of your family's long-term survival strategy, representing social resources that can be activated during future emergencies when individual family capabilities prove inadequate. The recovery from crisis, typically, requires years of intensive work to rebuild resources, replace lost tools and supplies, and restore the productive capacity needed for normal survival activities. This recovery period creates ongoing vulnerability to additional crises while your family remains weakened by previous losses and unable to maintain the resource reserves that normally provide protection against life's unpredictable challenges. Yet, medieval families that successfully navigate crisis periods often emerge stronger and more capable than before, having developed skills, knowledge, and relationships that improve their ability to handle future challenges while also gaining confidence in their capacity to survive whatever difficulties medieval life may present. The survivors of crisis become the teachers and leaders who help their communities develop better strategies for preventing, managing, and recovering from the disasters that regularly threaten medieval survival. Your medieval life in a single room represents not just a housing arrangement, but an entire system of survival strategies, social relationships, and psychological adaptations that enable human life to continue under conditions that modern people would consider impossible to endure. The daily routines, seasonal cycles, and crisis responses that govern your existence reflect centuries of accumulated wisdom about human survival, while also demonstrating the remarkable adaptability and resilience that characterize our species' ability to thrive under even the most challenging circumstances.